And we will send the message loud and clear to all those who are preying on our communities that we are coming for you. And that goes as well for corporate fraudsters. As I've set out in a new report today, we will change the law. We will change the law to make it easier to prosecute companies for fraud, and we will send the message loud and clear to the unscrupulous bosses that if you refuse to play by the rules, then we are coming for you. And we all know, conference, that when it comes to out-of-control individuals who consider themselves above the law, the biggest problem facing our country is not the criminals on the street or in the boardroom, but the current Tory government. From Rwanda and Northern Ireland to COVID contracts and workers' rights and the sickening spectacle of the Downing Street parties, this is a government which treats the law not as a guardrail to keep us on the straight and narrow, but as a barrier to be torn down whenever it gets in their way. Now, that doesn't on its own explain the fact that so many crimes now go unpunished, or the record backlogs that have brought our courts to breaking point, or the collapse of legal aid as a guarantee of equality before the law. But what it does explain is how those cracks can emerge in the foundation on which our society is built, and the government could not care less. That is why, like every other crisis facing our country, we will only start to repair our justice system when we succeed in changing our government. That is why this week, this year, and for as long as it takes, our only priority must be winning the next general election. And that is why the message should go out loud and clear from this conference to a Tory government that treats the law with contempt and threatens the foundations of our society, that your own era of impunity is over. We will tell the Tories the Labour Party is stronger than ever, more united than ever, more determined than ever, and you better believe it, we are coming for you.
Thank you, Emily. Next we have our Shadow Secretary of State for Justice and Shadow Lord Chancellor, Steve Reid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, conference, and let me start by sharing some happy personal news with you. I might not be love's young dream anymore, but this summer I got married. Oh. Thank you. Growing up gay during a time of Tory-fueled hate, I never thought I could marry the man I love. Why did I get my chance? Because of this party and this movement. Because together we fought for justice. Because love trumps hate. In the 1980s, I protested outside Parliament against Thatcher's vicious anti-gay laws. In 2012, I voted inside Parliament for equal marriage. And now, here's the ring on my finger. But conference, the fight for justice continues. We are meeting today in this great city of Liverpool. But 33 years ago, the gravest injustice befell this city when football fans followed their team to Hillsborough and they never came home. There were 97 victims on that terrible day. And we all know what happened. A police cover-up. The gutter press smeared the dead. The establishment closed its ranks. The families were left alone to fight for justice. No funds allowed for lawyers to represent them. Margaret Aspinall lost her son James, and she told me there can be no justice for those who died until we stop the same thing ever happening again. And Conference, she is right. That's why Keir Starmer's Labour government will bring in a Hillsborough law so victims of major tragedies get the same legal representation as the authorities that failed them. Conference families of Hillsborough and other tragedies since are here with us today. This is a moment for all of you who have campaigned for justice for so long. They're here this morning, Conference. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. And we salute too the Labour MPs from Liverpool in particular who have supported that campaign all the way through. Conference, every victim of crime deserves justice. Yet under this Tory government, justice is denied. They've taken thousands of police off our streets, closed hundreds of courts and trashed the probation system. Prosecutions are now so low that crimes as serious as burglary and fraud have effectively been decriminalised. Under this Conservative government, only 1 in every 100 people accused of rape is ever prosecuted in court. Conference, where's the justice in that? A girl who was raped, aged 13, was forced to wait 2 years for her case to come to trial. 4 days before the start date, it was postponed for another 9 months. Delays of this length are the norm, not the exception in Tory Britain. Liz Truss, that is a disgrace. Conference, Labour will put rape survivors first. We will open specialist rape courts across the country to tackle the epidemic of violence against women and girls and get the courts backlog down. But we'll go further than that. We'll go further than that. The majority of men who kill their female partners have a history of domestic violence. Neither women nor the police have any way of knowing if a new partner has attacked women before. And by the time they find out, it can be too late. Campaigners, survivors, women groups have all told us the same thing. We need eyes on these violent men. Well, we've listened. The next Labour government will force convicted abusers to sign a domestic violence register so they are no longer free to seek out fresh victims to abuse again. Conference, the next Labour government will come down hard on criminals, that's a promise. But we will also tackle the root causes of crime. No child is born bad. Things happen in some young lives that lead them into crime. All the evidence shows that tackling trauma from childhood can break the cycle and prevent a child from becoming a criminal or stop a criminal from reoffending. Labour will use this understanding to reshape our criminal justice system to stop crime at source. Our old slogan, tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime, is about to meet the future. Conference, Britain needs a fresh start to tackling crime. Prosecute, yes. Punish, yes. But never forget the need to prevent crime in the first place. And never forget the victims. This wedding band on my finger proves that together we can deliver justice. But the fight for justice never ends. Legal justice, climate justice, economic justice, social justice. Justice for the family of little Olivia Pratt-Corbell. justice for everyone who grieves. The Labour Party is the party of justice. We are led by a man who has dedicated his whole working life to justice. And in government, justice is what we will deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And from those who speak to you, from their personal experiences, their dedication and commitment to the Labour values, we just know why they both need to be running their department in government under the leadership of Keir Starmer. So, once again, thank you both of you, Emily and Steve. So, our first item of business is the reference back. We have one from Sutton and Cheam CLP, which is detailed on page 8 of today's CAC report. Can I have a delegate from that CLP, Sutton and Cheam CLP, to come forward to move that reference back? Have we got? Thank you, Delegate. You have 1 minute. Yep.
Good to see you. Morning, Conference. As you probably know, my name is Liz Martin. I'm here to move this reference back, and just before I do, thanks very much, Steve Reid, for talking about trauma in childhood. I can't, that's so close to my heart, I can't tell you. Anyway, sorry about that. The NPF report makes no reference to the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act of 2022, which restricts the right to protest. We are calling on the NPF to consider a policy where a future Labour government seeks to repeal this legislation. We believe this Tory legislation could be used to crack down on trade union-led industrial action-related protests and used to curb future leverage campaigns, such as the brilliant Enough is Enough organised protests. Our right to protest is a fundamental democratic right, and it is one powerful way to effect change. So we must protect it at all costs. I would ask Conference to support this reference back, please. Solidarity.
Thank you, Delegate. Does anybody want to speak for or against the reference back? No. Thank you. So the vote...
Some the dark bit at the back.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That jumper, I think.
Come forward. Anybody else? So while that delegate is registering, the vote on the reference back will take place at the end of the morning session. Yeah, come on up.
Hello again, Conference. Firstly, the right to protest is vital in a democracy such as ours, because without democracy, without protest, democracy is in the hands of the very few. We are a democratic socialist party. Socialism is power and wealth in the hands of the many. If we do not have that right to protest, do we have the power? The very definition of democracy from the ancient Greeks is power to the people. So I plead with you to support this reference back from Sutton and Cheam from our comrade Liz Martin. The fact that you've spoken so many times, I now remember your name, to be honest, but yeah, support the motion, solidarity, comrades.
Thank you, Delegate. So we now move on to the composite. So composite 11 is the only composite in this morning's debate, in this debate. So that's violence against women and girls, and it's listed on page 11 of the CAC report. It will be moved by Ribble Valley CLP and seconded by South Ribble CLP. So can I see delegates from both of those CLPs to come to the desk to register? And just to remind the delegates, the mover has 3 minutes to speak and the seconder 2 minutes.
Good morning all. So this is our motion from South Ribble CLP. I'm a first-time conference goer, first-time councillor for South Ribble, and the first speech. I did think I had the rest of the afternoon, the morning to get used to it, but we've been put forward. So the motion we're bringing forward is misogyny and violence against women and girls. This is something very close to my heart, as I previously managed two domestic violence refugees for up to 10 years. I'm acutely aware of the pain and the heartache and the psychological damage this can leave behind in survivors. I'm really nervous. Misogyny is defined as the hatred of, contempt for and prejudice against women and girls. It can also refer to social systems or environments where women face hostility and hatred just because they're women. It's usually in a world created for and by men. A historical patriarchy such as Parliament and long-established and historical institutions. What I'm very proud of the Labour Party for is the equality across men and women. A perfect example of this was when our esteemed leader, deputy leader, Angela Rayner, was said to have worn a skirt in Parliament, which put Boris Johnson off doing his job. I think there was a lot of things that put Boris Johnson off doing his job. So basically, we sort of laugh about that, but it's not. Because a lot of women would have gone home with that thinking, what should I wear? Should I cover up? Should I put a pair of pants on? And then the actual thing came out. The next time she did wear a pair of pants, the tractor porn came out. So like I said, we do find it amusing, but it's not. Because a lot of women, that would have seriously affected. And because Angela is a strong woman, then basically, she's not accepted, because it's never acceptable, but she got past this. So basically, misogyny also encompasses sexual harassment, sexual abuse and death. And today, we also have growing concerns about incel groups. For awareness and a brief definition, incels are men dominant on the internet who admit to hating women, blame women for all inadequacies and believe women are there for one thing only, and that is sex. This can lead to sexual abuse and rape. Incel groups are growing threats, and as boys as young as 13 have now been recruited into these incel groups. Domestic violence, obviously, domestic abuse is part of this. It can be physical, mental, financial, sexual or coercive control, amongst many other defined characters. 3 women per week are killed through domestic violence. Sexual harassment can be comments, wolf whistling, touching. Again, these are amongst other categories. These personal comments are sometimes quite mistaken by misogynistic men to be compliments, but they're not compliments. And is it really mistaken? Do they actually know what they're saying? So we call upon the Labour Party, as our motion, to campaign for the following. Legislation to make misogyny a hate crime, to be recorded as such by all police forces across the UK and prosecuted by the Crown Prosecution Service. Currently, in our country, only 12 police forces do this.
Time, Delegate.
that basically the police should be required to record all instances of femicide, which is killing of a woman by a man, to assess the extent of impact of incel groups, and the policy resources should be increased to ensure the police forces are able to do this. I've been very impressed this morning with Emily Thornberry and Steve Reid, who have covered everything that we were asking for. And I think once we're in power, I think we'll get it. So thank you very much.
South Ribble.
Good morning, Conference. I'm Deborah Ashton from South Ribble CLP. It's my second time at Conference, but my first time as a delegate and the first time I've spoken, which I probably wouldn't have done if Claire hadn't taken me by surprise and asked me to second the motion. Anyway, I take great delight in seconding the motion. My own CLP, which is adjacent to Claire's, has also adopted a very similar motion, as have many other Lancashire CLPs and local authorities. And I think a lot of that has been down to the work of an excellent women's network that we have in our part of Lancashire, where the women from the different CLPs come together. The motion also means a lot to me personally. I've just endured a lengthy and traumatic divorce, which I started in 2019 to bring to an end a coercive marriage. And I got a text from my solicitor during the conference, whilst I've been sitting on the floor of the conference, to tell me that she's finally received the signed court order from the judge. So this... Thank you, Conference, and this feels like the perfect day for me to second the motion, and I commend it to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Thank you for your contribution. So I will now take speakers from the floor. So when you're indicating, don't stand on the seats, don't wave props around. You know the drill by now. And I'll be taking speakers in rounds of 4. And we'll try and get through as many as we possibly can. Okay, so take the lady here. Delegate there in the red. Sorry, over there. Yeah. Sorry. Delegate there. Behind you. Sorry, behind you. Yeah. Yeah. People need to be seated. Delegate at the back there in the black cardigan or dress. Yeah. Which one? The delegate in the suit sitting there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, delegate.
Dew Owens, Lewisham West CLP, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Conference, I am speaking in support of the motion that has been proposed this morning. Conference, I am a young-ish, still, I think, woman, and I am an independent woman. Like so many other people, I enjoy my job, my friends, and my life, but I do not feel safe. Conference, I will admit here and now that I am afraid to walk home alone after dark. A catch-up with friends at the end of a busy week ends with one or more of them walking me to my door, and I am not alone. The watchword for my generation is text me when you get home safe, and it should not be this way. Since moving to London, I have actually discovered it takes an awful lot of people around me to be a strong and independent woman. I and every other woman has the absolute right to safety in this country. Labour's Green Paper on ending violence against women and girls, published a year and a half ago, shows how seriously a Labour government will take this issue. They promise bold measures to reverse record-low conviction rates for rape. They promise sufficient specialist domestic abuse services for all victims of domestic abuse, and new offences for street harassment and tougher sentences for perpetrators of rape and stalking. Labour will take real action to end violence against women and girls. Conference, I commend to you this motion.
Conference. Councillor Emily Darlington, Milton Keynes South CLP, and standing to be Labour's next MP in the great city of Milton Keynes. Conference, let me tell you a bit about my community. Milton Keynes is a city of pioneers, a new town, a spirit of adventure. We're now a proud city and with a newfound city status, and where a Labour council is building council houses again for the first time in a generation. Across our country, the Tory government has cut community policing by 30%. But in my city, Milton Keynes, community policing has been cut by almost 50%. At night, there are just 8 officers available to respond to any 999 call. A city of almost 300,000 people being protected by just 8 officers. No wonder people are scared. No wonder women are fearful, and with good reason. The police are overstretched and exhausted. They are overworked and under-resourced. They deserve better, and Conference, our communities, deserve better. Behind closed doors, in too many homes, domestic abuse is rearing its ugly head. The police, without the resources they need, aren't getting there quick enough. They aren't following up fast enough, and as a result, perpetrators are getting away with it, and women are scared. Conference, we can't go on like this. We can't stand by and let it happen. We won't surrender our communities to these criminals. We won't stay silent while women and children suffer. It's time to put community policing back where it belongs. In my city, in your city, in all of our communities, and only Labour is on our side. Thank you.
Conference, thank you. Catherine Salt, Bolsover CLP, and this is for you, Dennis. My dad was a proud miner. My dad was an Ashfield miner. My dad was a striking miner. My dad cared about community. My father, every morning, would get up during the pit strike and he would take his wheelbarrow and he would go and dig for coal from the brook. My father would take that coal around the local estate to ensure that everyone was warm. My father was a unsung hero. My father cared deeply about the community. During the miners' strike, I went to work in the food banks, in the soup kitchens, alongside many unsung heroes. I never ever thought I would see food banks or soup kitchens again in my lifetime. But this government has systematically ripped the heart out of our communities, the love out of our communities. My father never, ever saw a Labour government again. My father died far too early of pneumonicosis. My father never saw justice for Orgreave. My father never saw the correct miners' pensions. My father cared so deeply about community. I implore you all to work together, united as a Labour Party, so that we win back all the coalfield communities. We win back Mansfield, Ashfield, Erewash, Bassetlaw, all of them, Bolsover. And we work together and we restore the communities. We bring back the heart to communities. We create high streets. We create inclusion. We create safer spaces and environment. And together we can create a better future. Together we can put the heart back into our communities. Thank you.
Where's the fourth one?
Yep. See.
Where is it? Where is it? We had another delegate.
I think we've lost him.
Oh, lost a delegate. Okay, all right. So next round of speakers. Take the delegate at the back there. Delegate at the back. Yeah, at the back. Delegate at the back.
There's the woman in the ex officio section.
Delegate in the ex officio section. Yeah, in the red dress. Yeah. Delegate in the blue shirt. The delegate in the black jacket and the red top there. And then we'll have another round after this.
You might want to tell people we'll come back to different sections if they've been missed this time.
We can have a quick look at which sections we haven't called from, and then we'll try and target those.
Ready?
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. My name is Pam Randawa. I'm a local councillor for Greets Green and Ling in Sandwell. In the West Midlands, I'm a delegate for Worley CLP. First time as a delegate and first time speaking. Thank you. I'm very nervous, if you can believe that. I'm here as a proud community activist to talk about the horrific problem of violence against women and girls. Recently, in Sandwell, we had some conflict and protests, as we saw on the streets in Smethwick and Leicester. When those angry young men were dispersed by the police, no doubt they went home and took out their anger on the women in their home. The same will have happened, as we know, after the England game and they lost the Nations League match with Italy. We also know that domestic violence is much likely to be reported by victims when they come from the South Asian background. From my work with the Independent Police Advisory Group, I know this, and from my work, I've repeated myself, apologies, I'm very aware of the lack of reporting compared to what happens behind closed doors. Thankfully, there are a lot of support for those victims out there. I recently helped with a bike ride for the Sikh Helpline in the West Midlands, as I have done for many years, to raise funds for this cause. But things need to change. We need to help women and girls feel safe. Making misogyny a hate crime will truly help bring home to people across all of society that this needs to be taken seriously by everyone and the police. This is just one reason why we need a Labour government for a fairer, greener future. Thank you, Conference.
Cheryl Nevin, Southend West CLP and first-time speaker, speaking on behalf of Composite 11. Conference, I want to tell you a story about a young lady I once met who walked into an adult education centre with a black eye. The smart women in the room recognised that she hadn't walked into a door and that actually it had been something that had happened to her in relation to a relationship. So they asked her, and 8 out of 10 of those women recognised that they too had been in a physical abusive relationship or a coercive control relationship. And I found that a shocking revelation. It was then that I realised that those traits were in my own relationship. The constant put-downs, the strangulation, the control of finances, and poverty, we must recognise here, can put a strain on all family resources and relationships. It's not about pointing the finger at all men. I have some very lovely men in my family, but it is mostly a male problem that we need to address with respect, and we need to educate all. As an NHS manager, I learned that for some women, just getting to work, getting out of the door, can be a problem. The not turning up, the coming in late can be an attempt to deprive a woman of financial independence. We need to give police the resources they need. Currently, domestic abuse takes up a huge amount of police time. So I'd ask delegates to support this motion and also go back to your workplaces to ensure sufficient policies are in place to support women and girls. Thank you.
Chair, Conference, Ben Cook. I'm proud to be representing my union, the GMB. I'm from a sleepy town in Lincolnshire called Boston. Crime is particularly on the increase, violent crime. Lincolnshire Police is the most underfunded police force in the UK. On the 28th of July of 2022, 9-year-old Lilia Vogelight was stabbed in the chest and she was murdered in broad daylight while playing with her sister. This impact it had on our community was absolutely massive. My niece was in her class and she was her friend, and she hasn't slept since. My stepdaughter also played football against her. The reason I got into politics in the first place was to make my community safer for my son growing up, because Tory austerity was already taking effect. I stood in the last general election and I was campaigning for safer communities, as we have had brutal murder after brutal murder. Statistically, Boston was the murder capital of the UK in 2016. Our MP, Matt Warman, has voted for every single cut this government has ever made. The Tories are responsible for the lack of community policing and the increase of violent crimes. If we had the funding and community policing Boston residents are crying out for, I think we can make our streets safe for women and girls. In Liverpool, the town of Boston shares your pain, because we know how it feels to lose a young life too soon. We grieve together for Olivia and for Lilia, and on behalf of our town, I offer you our deepest sympathy and condolences for the murder of 2 innocent children. But it's only a Labour government that will bring security to the streets and put an end to violent crime. Please support Composite 11. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Emily Sporrell, I am the Merseyside Police and Crime Commissioner. A big, big welcome to all of you here in Liverpool today. Thanks. So we've heard from Emily and Steve, and I know we're about to hear from Yvette about the difference that we know a Labour government will make to reverse the damage done by this government to build safe and secure communities. But I want to tell you a little bit about what Labour Police and Crime Commissioners are doing right now to tackle crime and make a real difference. Under this government, we lost 21,000 police officers and countless PCSOs and police staff. We are finally starting to see police officer numbers rise, and Labour PCCs are at the forefront of ensuring that those resources are invested in the right way and in the right places. In West Midlands, PCC Simon Foster is rebuilding community policing to keep people, their families and local communities safe. Here in Merseyside, we are putting resources into local policing, listening to local people, building relationships and prioritising their needs. And in Wales, under a Labour government, they are giving PCCs vital funding for PCSOs who are at the heart of neighbourhood policing. And this is what Labour in power can do. But it's not just about policing. We know the police cannot solve these problems on their own, despite what the new Home Secretary might think. Years of cuts to youth services, health services and our local authorities have taken a huge toll. Labour PCCs across the country have recognised that need and are investing in young people and vulnerable communities to stop crime from happening in the first place. People in Liverpool and across Merseyside know all too well the harm that serious violence can cause and the impact it has on individuals, families and communities. They also know that getting upstream and deterring people away from crime is how we keep people safe. So that's why here in Merseyside, I'm investing in our fantastic grassroots organisations to deliver youth diversion activities, to give young people a safe place to go and deter them away from criminality. We are also taking money out of the hands of criminals and investing it back into the community to support local groups and organisations to build resilience. Just really quickly as well, it's not just young people. We are making tackling violence against women and girls a priority, and I really welcome the discussion we're having here today. Merseyside and Northumbria, we have launched major campaigns to tackle the scourge of misogyny and work to make public transport safer for women. Ultimately, Labour in power works. As Labour PCCs, we are working tirelessly to keep our communities safe, but it is only with a Labour government that we are going to see that real transformational change that we need and actually deliver safe and secure communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
I'm Sajja Ahmad, first-time delegate and first-time speaker, speaking on Composite 11. Conference, I'd like to tell you about a woman who I'll call Shahida. Growing up in Nottingham, Shahida witnessed and experienced violence as well as emotional and sexual abuse in her family home. She internalised and accepted this treatment as it was all that she knew. Throughout school and early adulthood, Shahida carried the weight of her experiences. She found it difficult to hold down a job, to trust people and form healthy relationships. Many years later, as an adult, Shahida was fortunately able to process her trauma and to get her life back on track. She found the right tools to work through her experiences and with support from new friends, rebuilt her life. This government must do more to provide well-funded provision so that women like Shahida don't have to fend for themselves. It's vital that a Labour government prioritises tackling domestic violence. Our party must work on bettering policing, education and health and housing provisions for survivors, all vital services that the Conservative Party have cut to the bone over the last 12 years. It was under a Labour Police and Crime Commissioner that Nottinghamshire Police paved the way by being the first to recognise misogyny as a hate crime, with the aim of making women safer on our streets. The rest of the country must now follow suit. We are the party that will make sure women and children like Shahida never fall through the cracks. We're the party who will ensure that services are there for women and children and survivors of male violence. And we will be the party that prioritises the safety of women from our very first day in government. Thank you, Conference.
Hi folks, I'm Greg from Eastwood CLP in sunny Glasgow, first-time delegate. Thank you. Well, dear friends, it's been my honour for the last 30 years to work as a doctor in Labour's NHS. For the last 5 years, to my disbelief, there have been protesters outside my hospital bullying women attending for abortion healthcare. I'd like to emphasise that abortion is healthcare. This is targeted gendered harassment, and it is persistent and spiteful misogyny. The protesters have well-funded and well-organised backing from right-wing religious groups in America. They will be abusing women outside my hospital 12 hours a day, starting on Thursday. Conference, the women of Britain, our sisters, deserve our backing. They deserve the right to access abortion healthcare without harassment, and they deserve so much better than the current anti-abortion Tory Minister for Health. My friends, please vote yes to Composite 11, and let's treat misogyny as the hate crime that it surely is. Thank you.
The conference, we're running slightly over, but I'm going to take 2 more speakers from the further reaches where we haven't taken speakers previously. The point of order needs, if you come to the desk and explain your point of order, if it's a point of order, I'll take it, otherwise we won't. Which one? No. But there's another lady that Joe wants to call with the white hair, the black thing with her hand up. The lady with the kind of blonde hair, the black hair up and the bracelet and the black cardigan is the one Joe Bradley. Okay, lady in the blonde hair and dark cardigan. And then on the far side, the guy in the white shirt. The delegate in the white shirt. And I'll take one more, the lady here. Thank you, conference. Can I take one more?
Good morning. Conference, my name is Nevo Brady. I'm a solicitor and I'm a proud Unite the Union member. Thank you. The legal aid system, that is, the right to publicly funded legal representation and advice, was a pillar of the welfare state. But like our benefit system, it has been systematically underfunded and in several areas withdrawn by the Tories. And at the same time, our rights have been eroded, such as the criminalisation of the peaceful right to protest, limitation of freedom of association, and a weakening of employment rights. Look at fire and rehire. It was a disgrace. And at the same time, undermining health and safety protections at work. And with more of the same promised by the new 12-year-old Tory government. Lawyers have been demonised, such as challenging deportation of migrants to Rwanda, or the award of contracts by the government without proper procurement processes. We've been demonised as trendy lawyers. Unite the Union has many members working in the justice system, in advice centres, solicitors and barristers, whose earnings are under attack, as in several areas fees are not recoverable from the wrongdoers or at sustainable rates. Since April this year, our criminal barristers have been forced to go on unprecedented strike in a dispute with the government, as in real terms, they have had a 28% pay cut since 2006, with junior barristers earning an average of £12,200 per year after 5 years of study and training. Labour must reinstate all those rights that have been removed. It must provide legal aid to allow rights to be enforced, without which they are worthless, and ensure that those working in the system can earn a fair salary. Conference delegates, please support our striking barristers. And in the meantime, until we have a Labour government, please advise your family and your friends to join a union, because we will protect you and we will represent you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name's Varlene Alexander. I'm a first-time delegate. I'm a bit nervous. From an early age, during the Thatcher years, I was extremely aware of the inequalities and the impact on my local community and my family. When I was 6 years old, my father was shot and killed by the police on my mother's 25th birthday. Whilst my dad did not change the world, I've always been an agent of change. I wanted to not blame people, but just really work on the reasons why his life ended the way it did. Due to that, all my siblings wanted to go into social care. 2 of my siblings are social workers, and I'm a mental health nurse, working within CAMS. However, our brother, who was training to become a probation officer in his early 20s, sadly has spent 16 years in prison under the controversial joint enterprise doctrine. Due to my brother's case, our local community rallied together, and there's an organisation called Joint Enterprise Not Guilty by Association. Campaigning to change Joint Enterprise. Whilst I do not have time to go into details regarding my brother and my father's case, I do believe the perception of the police and the fear of the police played a part in their fate. Young men policing themselves, having a lack of trust in the police, limited opportunities, and boundless barriers is a recipe for disaster. That's why it's so important we need more black men representation in this party. We do. Because you cannot be what you can't see. So I'm so proud of Ealing Labour and the work we're doing to tackle inequality and crime, because my motto is, life is not about where you start, it's where you finish. That's why everybody, we need to work together, knock on every single door, and make sure that Keir Starmer is the next Prime Minister of this country. Thank you.
Paddy Tipping, Nottingham East, first-time delegate. But I'll let you into a secret. I've been coming to conference and I'm celebrating 40 years today at conference. Most latterly as the Police and Crime Commissioner for Nottinghamshire. And of course we've now got a Tory Police and Crime Commissioner in Nottinghamshire who earlier this year was convicted 5 times for speeding offences in 3 months. And she didn't resign. Well, what's new? The Tories don't believe the rules belong to them. It's the same old Tories every time. And Labour in power can make a difference, and has made a difference, despite Tory Home Secretaries. Suella Braverman wrote to police leaders just this week on Saturday, saying diversion and inclusion wasn't important. But it is important. In Nottinghamshire, we were the first police force to declare misogyny a hate crime. We've recruited more black officers, double the number of black officers. 50% of all new police officers are women, and that's going to change the culture of the organisation. And we've got to make the police more accountable, to change the rules so that when they break it, they face the consequences. Knife crime's down by working with the community and working with other people. And stop and search in Nottinghamshire is the lowest in the country. And the positive outcomes are the highest in the country. You don't stop people without a reason, and we're doing that right. So Labour in power can make a difference, and we've got to have a Labour Home Secretary. Working together, we can build strong, safe communities. Let's get out of here. Let's get out on the beat. Let's knock the doors, and let's return Labour to power to make the difference.
Thank you, Delegate. So we've had some really passionate and insightful contributions, but we're going to have to bring the contribution from the floor to a close there. I'm really sorry if those who haven't been called, but we do have other policy debates coming up, and there are more opportunities to be called and make a speech during those. So now I'm going to move on to calling our Shadow Home Secretary to close the debate. And Yvette is one of the stars of the front bench, and I'm sure we're going to have an excellent speech from Yvette. Thank you, Yvette.
Thank you very much, Conference. It's great to be back, and back in the brilliant city of Liverpool, here on this beautiful waterfront. And I'm here with Holly Lynch, Naz Shah, Stephen Kinnock, Sarah Jones, Jess Phillips and Vernon Coker, our brilliant Home Affairs shadow team. The Conference, we're in a city that has been grieving. Just 5 weeks ago, just 5 miles down the road, a 9-year-old girl was killed. Olivia Pratt-Corbell was at home, getting ready for bed, when her future was stolen in the most unthinkable way. Devastating for her family, for a community, and in the words of the Liverpool Echo, for school children weeping in a classroom with an empty chair. On Saturday, Keir and I met and thanked some of the police officers and family liaison officers working on Olivia's case. And last week, I met community groups here and saw the huge support the whole city and civic leaders, including Steve Rotherham and Emily Sporrell, are showing to the family, the community and the police. And Conference, we thank them and show our solidarity with them in the fight to get justice for Olivia now. But serious violence isn't just affecting big cities like Liverpool. This summer we've seen an 87-year-old pensioner killed in Greenford. Another 9-year-old girl in Lincolnshire, as we heard, Lilia. And a 15-year-old boy just last week in Huddersfield. Across our towns and cities, gun crime up, knife crime up, driven by county lines and a wave of organised crime that thrives by drawing vulnerable teenagers in. Last year, the number of children exploited by gangs hit a record high. We cannot stand by and let this happen. Conference, the next Labour government will bring in a new law to crack down on criminals who lure young people into violence. We will outlaw the exploitation of children for crime. And Conference, Labour is also setting out a new plan with mental health professionals, safer schools officers and mentors to support young people at risk. Because, we've said it before, tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. That is what Labour does. That is what Labour does. We'll do what it takes to protect our children from crime. And who better to lead our party in doing that than someone who has prosecuted criminals and terrorists to keep our country safe, who's already seen off one Tory Prime Minister, so let us back him now to see off another and make our next Labour Prime Minister Keir Starmer. But Conference, the Tories' 12-year record on home affairs is grim. 6,000 fewer neighbourhood police officers, 8,000 fewer PCSOs, arrests halved, less crimes solved, more criminals let off, more victims let down, border security failures, more smuggler gangs, more dangerous boat crossings, passport delays, visa delays, Windrush compensation delays. And what's the Tories' response? Well, they say they've delivered more police. Who are they kidding? They cut 20,000 of them. And former Tory Prime Minister Boris Johnson claimed, "We are the party of law and order." Turned out what he meant was he'd had a party, broken the law and created disorder. In May, he announced it was Government Crime Week. Two days later, the police announced it was 120 fines for law-breaking in government, including the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, making it the most fined location in the country. Conference, it was definitely Government Crime Week. For once, Boris Johnson was telling the truth. But Liz Truss, we have a new Prime Minister now. Liz Truss tells us she has a big idea to turn it all around. She says she's going to tell the police they need to investigate more crime. Genius! If only all the other Tory Prime Ministers had thought of that. But Conference, I don't think the Conservatives have any idea how tough things are starting to feel for many people in towns and cities across the country now. Communities that bit more fragile as the cost of living bites. and people increasingly fearful that public services won't be there for them when things go wrong. Police officers already picking up the pieces as other services break, sitting for hours with mental health patients or taking defibrillators to heart attacks because the ambulances can't come. And as a result, they're too overstretched themselves. So shop owners report thefts and no one comes. Parents worried about drug dealers by the school gate, but no one comes. Families are burgled and no one comes. And it's a perfect storm, because lack of proper action to root out racism, serious misconduct or misogyny means that for some communities, trust in the police isn't there. And even if someone comes, too often, nothing happens. The charge rate has dropped by 2/3 in 6 years. So after 12 years of Tory government, in 94% of crimes now, no one is charged. Time and again, no one pays the price, there are no consequences, there is no justice. Now, the Conservatives want us to think that none of this is their fault. Yet it was their policy to slash the police, the youth services, the courts, their policy to show no leadership on standards and to divide our communities, pitting people against each other. This is a laissez-faire approach that isn't an accident, it is Tory ideology. And Conference, we know, the Labour Party, we know things can be different. Labour believes in community solidarity. We know strong communities are safe communities. We believe in public services, valuing public servants and setting high standards. And that is why, to the firefighters who spent this summer battling wildfires, to the police officers and staff who made it possible for millions to show respect to our Queen, and to all our emergency service workers who show great bravery and keep us safe, we say thank you. Because Labour knows that you don't get social justice if you don't have justice and you don't feel safe. Inequality and poverty corrode people's security, and security is the foundation on which all other opportunities are built. So Labour will always stand up for the security of our nation, our borders and our communities. And Conference, we will take action to rebuild neighbourhood policing, and I can today announce a fully funded £360 million programme to put 13,000 additional police and PCSOs into community teams so that people can be confident someone will be there to help keep them safe. And Labour will strengthen police standards, overhauling training, vetting and misconduct procedures, and new mandatory rules and safeguards on the strict searching of children so that an awful case like that of Child Q, a black teenage girl in East London, can never happen again. And Conference, Labour will act on the epidemic of violence against women and girls. Today, across our country, more than 300 women will be raped. Just today, 300 women. Of those, around 190 rapes will be reported. And of those, only 3 rapists will see the inside of a courtroom, never mind a prison cell. The rest will be free to hurt, abuse, and rape again. We cannot stand for this, so Labour will deliver specialist support for victims, putting domestic abuse experts into 999 control rooms and rape investigation units into every police force to get justice for women, because everyone has the right to live in freedom from fear. And Conference, we will always be ready to roll up our sleeves and to do the hard work that is needed. We will make sure that the immigration system is fair and firm and properly managed. And unlike the Tories, we will work with France to prevent dangerous small boats crossing the Channel and putting lives at risk, with a new cross-border police unit to crack down on the criminal gangs who make millions from trading in people and profiting from their lives, paid for by cancelling the deeply damaging, extortionately expensive, unworkable and unethical Rwanda plan. Conference, so much to do. And I'm going to confess that when Keir asked me to come back to do this job, I did think hard about it. I was having some fun chairing the Home Affairs Select Committee and quizzing Home Secretaries and Prime Ministers, and I think perhaps more fun than they were having. But you know, the first Labour conference speech I made was a quarter of a century ago, in 1997, as a newly elected Labour MP. And I've spoken through the years on amazing Labour government policies, like Sure Start, like zero carbon homes, like cutting child poverty, guaranteed GP appointments, but all of them cancelled or slashed or reversed by the Tories. And I am sick and tired of watching the Tories run our country down. That is why I'm back here. It's the same reason why all of us are here. It's because we love our country, we know the amazing things that Labour can do, and we're ready to fight for that better, fairer future with a Labour government again. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Yvette. So much to do, and there's nobody better than Yvette to be the Home Secretary to deliver it. Thank you. So, Conference, that concludes that debate. The vote on the composite will be taken at the end of the session. We're now going to move on to the debate on a green and digital future. So I'm sure you all know the drill by now, but this debate covers the green and digital future section of the MPF report. To kick off the debate, we have another one of our excellent frontbenchers to address us today. So I call on Shadow Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Conference, and thank you to my brilliant Shadow team who are here with me today as well. Thank you, I can't do the job without you. Unusually, at these occasions, I'd actually like to start by thanking DCMS officials, the Palace, our police, armed forces, for the tremendous organisation of the last few historic weeks. Watched around the world, we showed the very best of British, our character, our values, our traditions. And there was nothing more British, was there, than the queue. All live streamed by the BBC.
You just wouldn't see that in any other country. I feel incredibly privileged to have been a minuscule part of it. And what we've seen over the last few solemn weeks is the best of us, united and together. And that stands in stark contrast to the culture wars the Tories so often seek to sow. And conference, we won't let their false divides rip us apart, nor will we be goaded by them. What this moment has also shown is the value we put on service and public duty. It's in our DNA. Look around today and ask who upholds our British values and our British institutions. It's not the Tories. Offended by their own bad press, and how shall I put it, one or two of Nadine Dorris's TV interviews which didn't quite go to plan, the Conservatives want to sell off Channel 4 and end the BBC as we know it, just as the rest of the world envies our renowned broadcasters. We understand their true value as cultural cornerstones of our world-leading creative industries. But their value is more than economic. They bring us all together in good times and in bad. And that's why we will keep Channel 4 in public hands. And we will secure the future of the BBC as a universal, publicly owned broadcaster. And what's more, we'll protect it from party political interference. But conference, I say this to BBC executives. Public trust is at its strongest when the BBC is truly independent. Don't put that at risk by dancing to the Tories' tune. Sport and culture also have a much deeper value. They give us belonging, shared experiences, joy, and are at the heart of our communities. They aren't only for the elite. The rise of the Premier League has made football top of the world, but the lion has become unchained. And that's why the next Labour government will bring in a statutory independent football regulator to protect clubs for communities and their fans. And as a Mancunian here in Liverpool, perhaps we can agree on this. Sport and culture have been pivotal to our region's renaissance after decades of decline under the Tories' trickle-down that never got north. Libraries, galleries, nightclubs and leisure are crucial to the revival of our high streets. And charities are at the heart of a society that works for everyone, yet they're at real risk from the cost of living crisis and the pandemic. We just have a different view than the Tories about how to build a successful country, not by leaving some behind, but by enabling happy, thriving people and places that we can feel proud of. Now, the Elizabethan age was an age of huge progress. Ordinary working people able to own their own home, go to university, get free healthcare and communicate around the world with access to information in their back pocket. But we're now entering the digital age. Technology is changing at breakneck speed. Science fiction has become science fact. But the big choice today is who this benefits. While the promise of the digital era was to spread knowledge and connectivity, it has in fact seen power and influence amass in the hands of a few. Just as Harold Wilson demanded the white heat of technology work for everyone, today's Labour demands a new settlement for the digital age, working for the many. Let's be honest, this just isn't a task that Truss's Tories can take on. To them, regulation is a dirty word, even if it means regulating to stop our children being harmed online. Her idea of what is right for the many is to give even more power and wealth to the few and hope for the best that it trickles down. Well, it won't. In the information age, where data and platforms wield the power, shaping what we think, buy, work, and how we access services, this is an urgent task. We will put an end to workers being at the wrong end of automation and instead ensure it's a tool for their prospects to improve. We will ensure we have world-leading digital infrastructure in every home, connected, and lead the race in industrial 5G. But conference, let me be clear, we can't deliver any of that without decent pay and conditions for telecoms workers. And we will draw up world-leading regulation, opening up data and unleashing small businesses to spread wealth. We will upskill our workforce and citizens so that we become a tech-savvy society. We will ensure cyber resilience and security against rogue states and actors. The choice is clear. Unlock the power of the digital revolution in the interests of the many, or continue to benefit a small few. And conference, together, we can ensure that the next Labour government delivers on that mission. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. So conference as before, we now move to the reference back, which is put forward by Dulwich and West Norwood CLP. Can I have a delegate from Dulwich and West Norwood CLP? And you have, and you'll find that on page 9 of the CAC report. And while we're waiting for that, we're then going to move on to composite 12. So can I have the mover from SERA and the seconder from Delin CLP come and register as well? And you have 1 minute, delegate.
Thank you, Chair. I am here as a first-time delegate, first-time speaker for Dulwich and West Norwood CLP. Thank you. My reference back was primarily to raise the awareness of the issue that the timescale as well as the level of, climate reduction needs to be taken into account, but I am happy to withdraw this reference back to make sure, as long as the shadow ministers can acknowledge that this is just as important matter, the timescale as well as the gravity of the scaling back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, delegate. So that reference back is withdrawn and your point is noted. We now move on to composite. Well, because that's been withdrawn, we won't be taking any speeches on that. We now move to composite 12, which is on the climate crisis, and SERA to move. Delegate, you have 4 minutes.
Hello, conference. After 12 years of a Tory government, our country's in a mess. The British people are looking at Labour and asking, are we competent enough to govern? Are we serious enough to govern? It's our job to convince them we are. Because after 12 years of this Tory government, 12 years of this joke of a Tory government, it isn't funny anymore. Next week, millions of British families and tens of thousands of British businesses will see their energy bills rise to levels that were unimaginable just 12 months ago. Yet Britain could be a clean energy superpower, a cheap energy superpower. And we would be if successive Conservative governments had continued the sensible policies of the last Labour government, rather than choose for ideological reasons, in the words of David Cameron, remember him, to cut the green crap. Today, I'm proud that under Keir Starmer's leadership, a fair, greener future is right at the heart of Labour's message to the British people. But clearly, there's much work for us all to do. to communicate with our communities about a fairer, greener future and what it means for them. You'll all have heard the fantastic speech yesterday by Rachel Reeves, demonstrating that sound economic policy and sound environmental policy go hand in hand. The scale of the challenge facing us is huge. So how do we begin? The motion before you is intended to be a useful first step in laying out our pathway to real action. In the motion, you'll see an international approach, a focus on everyday energy bills, and a commitment to nature as a core part of our solutions. You'll notice that, unlike the Tories, we can recognise that the cheapest energy is also the cleanest energy. The motion recognises that we need a massive programme of home insulation and other energy efficiency measures if we're to reduce both energy bills and cut greenhouse gas emissions. It also recognises that granting licences for new oil and gas exploration, supporting new coal mines and removing the moratorium on fracking won't bring down any energy bills anytime soon, but it will increase climate change causing greenhouse gas emissions. This motion is in our communities and advances all of our society to a modern green economy. Labour has a plan that will drive jobs, tackle the cost of living and protect our homes for future generations by tackling the climate crisis. Today, let's decide to take that plan for a fairer, greener future forward by supporting this motion. Thank you, Conference.
Good morning, Conference. Sarah Taylor, Dellin CLP delegate and proud Unison member. Seconding the composite motion 12 on climate crisis. Many CLPs, local authorities and other concerned groups have passed motions regarding a climate emergency, many of which have been overwhelmingly supported. What we are not seeing, and now with the climate change denier Truss in charge, we're not likely to see, is any emergency actions to even start to address the biggest threat that humanity has had to face. The motion before you details actions that actually barely scratch the surface of what needs to be done in the massive climate challenge that we face, but it's a vital step in the right direction. Please, Conference, support this motion, not necessarily for your sake or my sake, but for our children and our grandchildren. The legacy of inaction on the climate crisis is not something they want to inherit, nor should we expect them to. Let's pass this motion today and put into action the details of what it contains and show the next generation that we're serious about the climate emergency. Thank you, Conference. Please support.
Thank you, Delegates. We'll now open up a debate from the floor. So, I'll be taking speakers in rounds of 4. Lady in the red dress there. Lady in the glasses there. Lady in the glasses? Yeah. Waving there? Yeah. At the back? Yeah. The delegate in the red tie at the back. Lady in the pink jacket there, delegate. We'll come back for some more. Thank you.
Catherine Atkinson, Labour's candidate to be the next MP for Derby North. And by the way, I was selected on a pledge to deliver a fairer, greener Derby.
and I'm hoping it's a slogan that might catch on. If you want hope for how we deliver and tackle climate change and create high-quality, unionised green jobs, look to Derby. If you came here by train, chances are it was made in Derby. And as an original rail town, I'm proud that it's Alstom and Derby that are building the first hydrogen trains. Already, the greenest transport, rail, is getting greener. And as well as Alstom, we have Rolls-Royce in Derby creating hundreds of jobs to help produce small modular nuclear reactors. But also, as praised in Rachel Reeves' brilliant speech yesterday, they are leading the way on decarbonising aviation. Derby is a world leader in delivering green high-tech solutions. And with small businesses that need supporting to grow. All we need now is a government with the courage and the ambition to set higher bars and tougher targets for net zero, and to invest in green business and public transport. And the rest will be achieved by the skills and innovation of our high-tech engineers in Derby and across our country. Imagine if those principles had been the cornerstone of last week's Conservative mini-budget, rather than handouts to millionaires. Conference, the economy needs the environment. The environment needs the economy. And neither can take another year of this Conservative government. So for our economy, for our environment, we need a Labour government. Thank you.
Morning, Conference. I'm Kindy Sandhu from Coventry South CLP, and I'm speaking in support of Composite 12. First of all, I'd like to give a shout out to Earlsdon Ward in Coventry South, where we kicked out the Tories after a 22-year reign, and now it's turned completely blue to red. So shout out to Becky Gittins and Ant Tucker too. Conference. Often I'm the only woman of colour in the room when climate change is on the agenda. So when we talk about the climate agenda or the green economy, we tend to focus on transport, energy, buildings, and other hard infrastructure. When I was a software engineer at Marconi, we used to say that there were three things: technology, processes, and people. So what I'm saying is that we also need to think about and put at the centre of our thinking people, and consider the importance of diversity within the green agenda. So what I'm saying is that we need to pay more attention to people's motivations for not choosing, for example, to actively reduce their carbon footprint, and often think about whose voices are missing from the discussion and the decision-making when we talk about the climate agenda. So how do we engage people that shows respect for the reality and is inclusive of people's backgrounds, experiences, and daily lives? So, for example, for those of us in diasporic communities, we carry that legacy of our ancestors who've left their families and homes behind to build a better life in this country. So if people have left poverty to ensure opportunities for their families, then material wealth can be a mark, a significant mark, of that progress and societal success. So, for example, driving a 4x4 can be a marker or an exemplifier of that success, and not huffing and puffing up the hill on a bike, as I often have to do, or do actually enjoy doing. Okay, just 2 seconds. If you face the barriers in riding a bike in types of clothes, or there's a view in your culture around norms around virginity, etc., then those barriers need to be understood and recognised and planned for climate agenda. So we can build all the cycle lanes, for example, that we want to, but we're not going to achieve our goals if we don't consider the barriers and the way in which people experience those barriers, and we understand how to plan for them in our green agenda. Thank you for listening. And thank you.
Thank you. That was rather abrupt. Morning conference. I'm Professor Cecile Wright, here represent part of the Unite delegation, also from the East Midlands. There is a symbiotic relationship between the climate agenda and indeed the energy crisis, and I'm wanting to speak on the energy crisis. Conference. The Tories have produced a rigged market in the production and supply of gas, oil, electricity to homes and businesses. We have been at the mercy of energy producers who set prices that benefit their shareholders. Indeed, the investigation undertaken by Unite have established that Britain's energy giants in the supply and distribution have made 15.8 billion in profit. Out of that total, the UK's 4 big energy suppliers have hit the jackpot. They are Centrica, E.ON, EDF and the Scottish Power. They have made a profit of 9.5 million, up by 85% since the pandemic. This is scandalous. This is outrageous profiteering. And conference. Who suffers in this energy crisis? Who suffers? The poorest, the elderly, the disabled, the long-term ill, ethnic minorities, the low-paid and large families. All this is compounded by the Tories' austerity, 12 years of austerity. Labour has called for a windfall tax on the super profits, but that is not enough to fix a broken system. The Tory privatisation agendas ended in tears. We really, really hope that the forthcoming Labour government will take back into public control these large energy companies. Thank you.
Conference. I'm Luke Charters and I'm proud to be our York Outer parliamentary candidate. Thank you. And the families I meet are worried about rising energy prices, and now they have to contend with the risk of fracking to our beautiful historic city. We see ex-Shell employee Liz Truss. She's now given the green light for record profits. The Tories, they want to dig up our countryside. They want to pollute it with fracking wells and funnel the money to their cronies, the oil and gas companies. But the Tories' own 2019 manifesto said they'd follow the science on fracking seismic activity. So they commissioned a report, and they said if safety couldn't be guaranteed, there'd be no fracking. But that report, published last week, said it was not safe. So, last week and this week, we see the Tories denying economic reality, causing sterling to plunge. Their deluded tax cuts for the rich, friends, wreck our economy. And it's exactly the same with environmental policy. They're ignoring scientific facts. They will wreck our soil, wreck our water, and wreck our land for profits for their rich friends. But thankfully, we as a Labour Party recognise the scale of the climate emergency. Our whole country knows we need to be investing in clean, cheap, renewable energy. And this will protect our planet, break the UK's dependency on Putin, and provide sustainable solutions to our energy crisis. From quadrupling offshore wind to investing in storage and green hydrogen, Labour will make the UK a clean energy superpower. So, Conference, the choice for the York communities I hope to represent in Parliament couldn't be clearer. On the economy, the Tories deny the reality of the cost of living and they gamble the public's money. On the environment, the Tories deny basic science and gamble our health, livelihoods and planet in the process. Only Labour can develop a fairer, greener economy, and only we have a credible plan to restore our future, nation and our country. Thank you.
Okay, next round. Delegate there in the blue check shirt. The hand right at the back in the black suit. Lady in the red fringe. Where on the end? Right at the end in the burgundy, in the pink jacket. Yeah. That's 4. Okay. I think you've got 4. We've got 4. We'll come back for another round. Is it a point?
Well, then you can't get up till Corinda's decided whether
Is it a point of order?
it.
Have you explained?
Yeah.
If you talk to the, if it's a point of order, explain it to the registration address. If they say it's a point of order, I'll take it. Otherwise, I won't. If you talk to them, explain what it is. If it's a point of order, I'll take it. Otherwise, I won't. Can I have the next delegate, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. John Gray, speaking for Unison, the UK's largest union. Conference, let's be clear. We don't need any persuasion that climate change is real, it's dangerous, and it is destructive. And we all know there's no jobs in a dead planet. And if the transition to net zero is not just, it's going to be working people and their families who suffer the worst consequences. And Conference, the breadth of our public services means that Unison members see the effects of climate change at work, whether working for the Environment Agency and local government at the times of floods, or NHS staff seeing a rise in air pollution and asthma. And we all know the impacts of pollution and climate change fall more heavily on the disadvantaged. Conference last year, Unison supported the UK and global trade unions movement at the United Nations COP26 conference. The global trade union movement had 4 clear demands. Number 1, raise climate ambitions with just transition policies. Number 2, respect and promote human and labour rights. 3, provide climate finance for the global south. And 4, funded plans that will achieve net zero. Conference trade unions must play a central role so that workers' voices are at the table. That way we will deliver the policies and measures that ensure the transition is fair. This is a once-in-a-generation challenge that we have to rise to, and part of this endeavour is that we know decarbonising public services is key. Public services, even excluding transport, represent around 8% of the UK's direct greenhouse gas emissions. And that's before you factor in procurement, construction and social housing impacts, which make it much higher. Conference, decarbonisation in public services needs new money now. Local government alone needs major investment to cover works including building retrofits, pedestrian and cycling infrastructure, and enhanced waste collection and processing services. I could give similar examples across the rest of the public sector, but the Chair would agree that there's not time in my speech to do so. In the absence of significant injection of funds, public services will only move very slowly towards its decarbonisation targets, taking resources from already stretched budgets with disastrous consequences. So, Liz Truss, your government needs to start the funding now, but also I say to our Labour leadership, public services must have a separate, significant additional climate and decarbonisation budget, and there must be dialogue with the trade unions on this issue now. Finally, conference, if we get this right, with such ambitious plans, Labour will win the next general election. Thank you.
Can I have the point of order, please?
Chair, yes, a point of order. This random selection of speakers from the floor seems to be throwing up a very, very high and disproportionate number of PPCs. I think other people have noticed. Can you please ensure that you really do stick to the standing orders of conference and randomly select a representative quantity of speakers from CLPs and not just PPCs? It's getting rather obvious now. A lot of people have spotted it.
Thank you. Speakers are selected randomly. We look at selecting from across the hall, and there are PPCs in the hall as well, and they will be selected as well. So thank you. So next delegate.
Let's hope we win them all then.
Delegate.
Andy Hopgood, Musicians Union. I can't let this section go by without any recognition of our cultural workers, our music industry, theatre, TV and film, something everyone in this room uses, probably on a daily basis. The MU represents over 32,000 musicians across the UK, around 85% of which are self-employed freelancers. Many of our members had little support during the pandemic, or were part of the 3 million excluded from financial support. Plus, we had a cultural recovery fund that focused on buildings and bosses rather than the freelance workers. Many were forced to leave our industry, and we have 20% less in the workforce compared to 2019. This situation suddenly highlighted the incredibly poor situation between music creators and streaming platforms. With other income streams taken away from their portfolio careers, such as live work and teaching income, royalties from recorded music became vital, and yet music streaming pays very low royalties, or in some cases, no royalties to musicians at all. We were so pleased to see the Select Committee holding the streaming companies and record labels to account on this issue, and as a result, the Brennan Bill get as far as debate. We're still far from recovered from the pandemic. The live sector is still down on 2019 figures. We still have huge barriers to touring in the EU, and a cost of living crisis, meaning music education will become even more of a privilege only for those with the money that can afford it. Musicians, artists, creators are workers, and we deserve to be paid fairly like everybody else. Please can you assure us that the issue of streaming income will go forward and the Brennan Bill will be further investigated by Labour, because a fairer digital future includes musicians as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
Conference, Matt Rack, Fire Brigade Union, definitely not a PPC. Conference this summer in Britain and in many parts of the world, we saw more examples of extreme weather events, whether it be storms, wildfires or floods, and it's increasingly a professional discussion among firefighters across the world. In Britain, we saw unprecedented levels of wildfires and homes destroyed in the capital city, the busiest day in decades for the London Fire Brigade. In 2018, we saw, you will remember, I'm sure many of you, moorland fires in Lancashire, Derbyshire, Yorkshire and Greater Manchester. They lasted for days. They drew in resources from across the country. I attended a conference on fire matters shortly after and heard a principal manager of one of those services said, well, perhaps we need to say to the public that they need to lower their expectations about our ability to put fires out on this scale. Just think for a moment the implications of what's being said. And what our response was, if you hadn't slashed the fire service by 40 and 50%, maybe the public could expect a decent response. In 2019, one single moorland fire in Scotland caused as much greenhouse gas emissions as the entire rest of the Scottish economy in 6 days. Conference, we've discussed this many times. We've got excellent policies in this party on the Socialist Green New Deal. I'll finish on this point. If we expect an economy where decisions are driven by the needs of profits, we will not achieve what needs to be achieved. Public ownership, public services need to be at the heart of tackling the climate crisis. Thanks, comrades.
Who's expecting to speak?
Hello, Conference. I am the delegate for Great Grimsby constituency. It's great to be here and a proud Unison member as well. I'm here to speak in support of Composite 12. We've seen some great ambition from our party in its statements earlier this week on the climate crisis. But when Labour comes into power in 2024, which I firmly believe it will have just 6 years to deliver on those plans, its clean energy system. And on that time scale, the next Labour government must not be distracted by the argument of continued fossil fuel usage for baseload delivery of energy. Labour's plan makes absolutely clear it will focus all of its policy efforts on the expansion of renewable energy and securing a strong, robust UK-based supply chain offering good, secure, high-skilled and, yes, unionised jobs. Having homegrown, low-cost green energy is something that we should all aspire to as a nation, but we should also recognise that dithering and delaying holds back innovation, and there is so much renewable technology that is ripe for early support to deliver that much-needed security of energy, that delivers net zero, that delivers that which is the single most threatening issue to our environment and our wildlife if we fail. Renewables provides support for a new identity for areas like Grimsby, my hometown, introducing apprenticeships and new industrial might to an area that had lost its way. Labour can make sure those technologies deliver for communities and bring down the cost of energy bills for individuals, making sure that we're not reliant on overseas energy and have the potential to export, invest in coastal communities and support local people into new industries. So please support the motion.
Good morning, Conference. Thank you. My name is Tony Venson. I'm from the ASDEF delegation, supporting Composite 12. Conference, I personally am a rail freight driver, driving the freight trains. I was a key worker during the pandemic. And to say to you how the railways can help tackle the climate crisis. One freight train can take up to 80 HGVs off the roads. A rail freight journey produces 76% less carbon dioxide emissions and 90% less PM10 particulates, 15 times less nitrogen dioxide emissions than HGVs for the equivalent journey. We need a proper integrated freight system, links to ports, long distance on rail, and then lorries and vans to complete the journey. We need to invest in our railways to help make this happen. ASLEF's Invest in Rail campaign, which was launched in Manchester with Steve Rotherham, who you heard from earlier this week, and Andy Burnham. And we're calling for investment in electrification and capacity like HS2 and the Northern Powerhouse Rail. It's great to hear Louise Haigh yesterday say Labour will nationalise the railways and complete these projects. The completion, hopefully, of these projects will free up more space on our railways for the freight, further helping to help reduce CO2 and help the climate crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Morning Conference. I'm Ellie, Cook Kelvin, Leicester West CLP delegate. Conference. Our country suffers a chronic lack of housing at the hands of the Tories. We have faced years of stagnation, years of bowing to lobbyists, and years of Tory housing failure. But Conference, I am lucky. I live in a Labour-controlled council, and we are fighting back against the Conservative cuts. We are trying to protect our communities from the damaging cuts which are attacking local authorities and attacking the vital public services we provide. And despite the cuts, we have managed to develop the second largest passive house scheme in the whole of Europe. We built cleaner, greener, affordable housing for families in my ward of Saffron. It's more than what the Tories do in local government, and families have directly benefited from a local Labour government. Yet it's not enough. As Lisa Nundy told Conference yesterday, council housing stock has been decimated and waiting lists are spiralling. We are in a housing crisis as well as a climate emergency crisis. Labour in government makes a massive difference, but week after week, I get phone calls from people desperate for a home. There is simply not enough housing. The Tories have bowed to special interest groups and are not committed to building new, sustainable housing. Labour will deliver better public services, Labour will deliver more sustainable council housing, and Labour will deliver a fairer, greener future. Conference, we need a Labour government.
I'm going to take two more speakers. Lady there in the red jacket. Delegate there in the suit. Back there, yeah. That's it. Thank you.
Just check that people across.
That's the one. Yeah. No. Yeah. And the one standing, the tall guy.
He's spoken before.
No, it's the tall guy.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. I'm Samantha Niblett from Erewash. And as Lucy explained earlier, the green and digital future is all about aspiration. Aspiration is core to Labour values. It says on our membership card that our aim is to create for each of us the means to realise our true potential. and it actually means a lot to me personally. As a 12-year-old, moving into a council house, thank you, Ellie, we do need more of those, with my mum, and entering my 6th school, we finally found security. Despite leaving home at 17 during my A-levels and working to support myself, I got okay grades, but I didn't go to university. I needed stability, so I began working full-time and part-time to pay my bills. Very, very young adult. I then moved into the world of data and tech. And in the 20 years since then, so much we do now is digital. And although some things don't change, there are still way too few women. And with this, and with a tech skills gap, there is so much opportunity for new talent. Digital remote working helps us to reduce carbon footprint and drives opportunity across all regions and physical abilities. But despite this opportunity, the Tories are doing nothing for my daughter, Lillian, and her generation. Lillian's 15 in a couple of weeks, and like millions of others, she's considering her work experience options now, which is why making digital is core to our mission. It is why the green and digital future is so important now. I want her and her generation to grow up in a country where the government takes real action on climate change and uses digital to share prosperity and promote opportunity. I want the millions of Samanthas and Lillians of the future to know Labour has got our backs. So let's get on with the green and digital revolution. Let's create jobs, opportunities, and the net zero that it will deliver. And let's fulfil the next generation's aspirations. Please support this motion. Let's get a Labour government and let's deliver. Thank you.
Morning Conference, Lewis Atkinson, delegate from Tynemouth CLP. In the northeast of England, we've always been proud of our region's natural beauty, from the stunning Durham and Northumberland coastline to the nature found along our great rivers, the Tyne, the River and the Tees. But the Tories don't care about the environment. When Liz Truss was Environment Secretary, she cut funding for the Environment Agency and their monitoring of sewage, which means that raw sewage dumping has more than doubled since. Last Friday, in the Tories' disastrous mini-budget, their commitment to fail-down trickle economics included a corporation tax cut that will hand millions of pounds of further windfall to the very water companies that are failing to tackle sewage and leaks. So outrageously, it's trickle-down economics supporting spewing out sewage. They just don't get it. They talk as if the environment and the economy are always in competition with each other, and they just don't care. In our region, we've got Ben Houchin, the Tory mayor of the Tees Valley, and his response as thousands of crabs have died or been washed up on our beaches has been absolute silence. We know in this party that you don't level up the country by watering down environmental protections. The last Labour government kick-started the regeneration of our coastal and coalfield communities, including through showcasing the natural beauty of our region to attract tourism and build new jobs. And I know that Labour councillors in our region see no incompatibility between growing the economy and protecting the environment. So on the River Tyne, we've got wild salmon and we've got a growing offshore renewable energy industry that supports good jobs. In the future, the only dumping we want to see in the North East is dumping the Tory MPs at the next general election so we can get on and clean up their mess.
Thank you, Conference. I won't be able to take any more speeches. I'm under pressure to finish on time. We just got the small matter of the leaders' speech this afternoon. So, there will be the Britain in the World debate later today, so people will have an opportunity to make a contribution later today again. So, ahead of our final shadow cabinet speaker, we've got a very special guest today, and it is my pleasure to introduce the fantastic Labour supporter and all-round legend, Fergal Sharkey.
Conference. You have absolutely no idea how proud my dad would be to hear me say those words on this platform. You see, James, my dad, was the chairman of the Labour Party in Derry in the 1960s. He was also the branch secretary of his local union. He was known locally simply as the Labour man, and I vividly recall the day he showed me a beaten-up, worn-old copy of the Morning Star. On the front page, he appeared on a picture of delegates leaving the TUC conference, Blackpool Winter Gardens, 1963. Yet it is, like all good Irish matriarchal families, it wasn't Dad who dominated politics in my house. That was Mum. For it was Mum who, in the morning of Sunday, the 7th of April 1969, bundled the whole family into the car, drove us across Ireland, where as a family we took part in the People's Democracy Civil Rights demonstration, marching from Belfast to Dublin, protesting the injustices in Northern Ireland. I have to tell you, Conference, as a 10-year-old boy brazenly walking down the middle of the main road between Belfast and Dublin, waving what I later learned was an anarchist flag. It was there, on that road, at that moment, I learned politics, and it was the politics of rights. It was the politics of a right to vote, the politics of a right to a job, the right to a wage, the right to a house, the right to a decent salary, the right to a decent education for your kids, the right to dream, the right to hope, the right simply to exist. For a 10-year-old boy, I learned a very big lesson that day. Do not be afraid, and do not be afraid to fight injustice. You see, injustice extends not only to the societies we build, the worlds we create, it permeates and pollutes everything we touch. As I speak, there is one brutal example of an injustice that instantly springs to mind. Privatised by Margaret Thatcher, presided over for the last 12 years by a Conservative government, drunk on the complacency founded on indifference, propped up by a regulatory system infested by failure and exploited by an industry corrupted by the fragrance of greed. I am, of course, talking about the water industry. During the last 2 years alone, English water companies have spent almost 6 million hours on over 750,000 separate occasions dumping sewage into our rivers and into our seas. Since its inception, the industry has paid out over £72 billion in dividends, and in the last 7 years alone, water industry bosses have been paid over £58 million in salaries and bonuses. Why, just last year, the boss of Severn Trent Water was paid the remarkable sum of £3.9 million, and thanks to a Tory government tax cut, last Friday was effectively given a take-home pay rise of over £200,000, and all of it, every last penny, every stick of it, funded from our pockets by water bill payers' money. As a direct result of the water industry's profiteering, There is not a single river in England that achieves good overall environmental health. Every single river is polluted, and one of the largest sources of that pollution, the water industry. And the assault doesn't stop there. While giving the richest people in the country a tax cut last week, government quietly tabled some new legislation that would allow ministers to revoke every single bit of EU environmental legislation in this country at a stroke of a pen and without parliamentary scrutiny. What we are witnessing collectively between industry and government is an unprecedented attack on the environment, and it's one that has to stop. Conference, as a nation, we will shortly be faced with a choice. As a nation, we will become that 10-year-old boy defiantly standing on the main road between Belfast and Dublin. But do we dare to dream? Do we dare to believe? Do we dare to hope? In the words of my fellow countryman Seamus Heaney, history says, don't hope from this side of the grave. But then, once in a lifetime, that longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up and hope and history rhyme. Do not be afraid. Conference, if I can ask you please to put your hands together, provide a thunderous welcome for the next Secretary of State for the Environment in a new Labour government, Mr. Jim McMahon MP. My name is Fergal Sharkey. May your God go with you.
That was pretty fantastic, wasn't it? Fergal, you are a legend in many ways. Conference, it's wonderful to be here in Liverpool once more. Fergal, fantastic energy for opening this session, but also in the attention that you brought to the scandal that is in our water industry. It's been great joining forces with you and organisations like Surfers Against Sewage, together with local groups who are self-organising, cooperating across the country, including my new friends in the River Kent in the glorious Cumbria county. In my role, I've been up and down the country, and I've been seeing the great work across environment, nature, animal welfare, farming and fishing, and all the things that bind our rural and coastal communities together. I'm proud of Britain. I'm proud of what we achieved together, and I'm proud and inspired of the hard graft of working people. And Conference, I'm proud of the record of the last Labour government. A government that delivered the cleanest water, the cleanest beaches, the cleanest drinking water and the cleanest air since before the Industrial Revolution. And that record stands in stark contrast to a Tory government showing utter contempt for our great nation. A Tory government that has allowed 1 million discharges of raw human sewage in the last 6 years alone. Conference, that's one spill every 2.5 minutes, and every one of those have been sanctioned by a Tory MP who voted against our tougher action. How could any government that claims to love this country open our open spaces, our rivers and our seas to raw human sewage? Friends, their new leader claims she can be trusted to deliver. But we all know it's the same old Tories. We know you can't trust a Tory by their word. You have to look at their record. Let's take this just one example. During the time that Liz Truss was the Environment Secretary, she slashed the Environment Agency's budget for protecting our environment by £24 million. So when you see reports of sewage pollution, every single one of those goes right to her door. And worse still, the current plan would allow it to continue until 2035. And just think back. While she was being outraged by French cheese, our country was being turned into an open sewer. I tell you what, Liz Truss, that is a disgrace. Conference, I can tell you now, a Labour government will clean up the water industry. The regulators intended to hold them to account have been weakened, and water bosses are laughing all the way to the bank. That will change. Under a Labour government, owning a water company will be a duty, a responsibility, not just a licence to print money while the system runs dry. A Labour government will end the scandal that sees it losing a quarter of all clean water in leaks that can be prevented, while at the same time declaring water shortages. We will fix the leak by legislating to cut all of that in half by 2050 at the very latest. But we'll also include a legally binding target that 90% of all sewage discharges will end by 2030. And let me be clear, there'll be no hiding the problem. We will demand mandatory monitors on all sewage outlets, and we'll introduce automatic fines for every single sewage discharge. We're not going to wait for expensive and lengthy investigations to take place. We're going to hit them in the pockets on day one. And we know that not all outlets have a monitoring station in place, and that's fine for now, although they'll be made to do it. But we'll make sure where there isn't one in place, there'll be a standing charge on those outlets. And we'll introduce automatic standing charges so they get charged because of that failure. Conference, Labour will go further than that. We will give the regulators the powers they need to enforce the rules and the laws that we set. We'll also protect customers by capping bill increases, and we'll protect vital investment by only signing off investment plans that meet our higher, stricter test. Let me be clear. We will make sure that any failure to improve the system will be paid for by eroding dividends. That will give directors and investors the wake-up call they need, and I hope the clarity that they need too. And friends, after a decade of indifference, we will do what the Tories so far have failed to do. Labour will finally hold water bosses personally accountable for their failures. A Labour government will strike off company directors who fail, and yes, Conference, we will introduce, for the most serious offences, including deliberately misleading investigations, prison sentences for those offences. Conference, I said that Labour will clean up the water industry, and I meant it. But our plan for change doesn't just stop there, because it's not just enough to stop the surge of pollution. Labour's ambition will breathe new life back into our countryside and our coastal communities, those long abandoned by the Tories. The next Labour government will bring the same functions and economic opportunities afforded to our national parks, to our coastal communities too. And we'll go even further, bringing nature and the environment to every community across towns and cities, embracing unloved spaces, green networks, the water corridors in our canal networks too. Our ambition for Britain stands in stark contrast to a Tory government who plan to exploit and extract everything in our country. On fracking, removing environmental assessments, protections for species and habitats, and scrapping vital investment in wildlife and natural habitats. The destruction that the current Prime Minister started when she was the Environment Secretary, she continues now in full force. Conference, together, we will meet our generational responsibility to hand the country to the next generation in a better condition than we found it. We will realise the right for everyone to live a rich, fulfilled, healthy life with food security, nature and a decent environment at its heart. To deliver that plan, though, we need your help, and you do this day in and day out, but we can see the prize now in sight, can't we? Let's get to every single constituency, to every community, to every household, and let's show them the Tories' record on the environment, but also be confident in Labour's plan too. Friends, we are close to power. I can feel it. We're not now simply talking about Labour of the past and what we achieved way back then, although that's a legacy that we can be proud of and that we can build on. We're using this week to talk about Labour in the future. A fairer, greener future, with Keir Starmer as the next Prime Minister. It's a prize to be won and it's within our grasp, so let's go and do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. And that conference now concludes our debate on a green and digital future. We will move straight to the votes now. So the first vote, and we'll take them in the order that we debated them. So the first one is on the Safe and Secure Communities reference back from Sutton and Seam CLP, which is on page 8 of the CAC report. All those in favour of the reference back? All those against the reference back? Carried. That's carried. Okay, we now move to Composite 11, Violence Against Women and Girls. All those in favour? All those against? I think that's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Next one is the Safe and Secure Communities Policy Commission Annual Report. All those in favour? All those against? That's carried. Thank you. So now we move on to the Green and Digital Future. The reference back from Dulwich and West Norwood CLP was withdrawn by the delegation. So we move on to Composite 12 on the climate crisis. Those in favour? And all those against? Thank you. That's unanimously carried again. Finally, final vote is the Green and Digital Future Policy Commission Annual Report. All those in favour? And all those against? And that's carried. So, conference, just before we adjourn, then a couple of quick notices. We will need to vacate the hall now. You will need to take all your bags and belongings with you. If you leave anything behind, it's liable to be disposed of, so make sure you do that. I want to personally thank all the panel for their support today, and also Fraser Welsh, who's the chair's aide. And thank you to all the speakers, PPC or non-PPC. Thank you for your contribution. And if you are a PPC, get out there and take the part of your Tories. Thank you, everybody.
Varsågod.
Yeah.
Just ignore that enormous camera just behind you.
Yeah, I feel
pretend that's not there.
it's getting the pause, you know.
Find space on the other side, that's great. We're going to try and close empty gap.
Keep a little bit in though.
It's a cheer from here. Tagline. Yeah, that was amazing. Yeah. Do you think about doing these today or tomorrow? Do you think about doing this today or tomorrow? I think a lot of people go home on today. But I think that's what last year. I think I'm wondering on the Wednesday, but I'm okay with it. I think it's a logistics.
Making sure tightly packed in China in this kind of size.
Are you alright?
Oh wow. Right. You see? I've got a tagline, cheer for Keir.
Love it. Great.
Oh, that's true.
Just, yeah, you'll be the guy. That's why it's
Heel.
Amelia, I'm now pushing myself.
I think so. The way it's been set up. I went out to sauna on the back of the bed. I went into the valley, it's quite
The whole country
sorry that I missed your call. I lost my phone and it was on vibrate. I think I lost my head, leaving you on red. I think I lost my head, 'cause every day I find it full of things I wish I would have said. Reasons made up on the spot. Currently it's all I've got. Falling for another lover. Do I love you?
Green eyes, fried rice, I could cook an egg on you. Late night game time, coffee on the stove. Your sweet ice cream, but you could use a flake or two. Blue bubble gum, twist around your tongue. I don't want you to get lost. I don't want you to go broke. I want you. Excuse me, green tea, music for a sushi restaurant. All ice, all ice. Music for a sushi restaurant. Music for a sushi restaurant. Music for whatever you want. I'm not going to get lost. I'm not going to go broke. That ain't cool. No, I love you, if the stars were edible and our hearts would never fall, could we live with just a taste? Just a taste. 'Cause I love you, babe, in every kind of way. Just a little taste. You know I love you, babe.
Conference, please take your seats.
Conference, please welcome Satya Kaur.
Conference, Satya Kaur, Southampton Test, first-time speaker, first time introducing the leader of the Labour Party. I'm the new leader, Labour leader of Southampton City Council. I say new leader because this May we took it back off the Tories. When Labour lost in Southampton last year, we had a choice. We could either wallow in our grief and accept opposition politics, or we could get organised, get active, and work together to take the fight to the Tories. Offering a new vision, a fresh start, an alternative to Conservative chaos. As tempting and easy as the former might be, we took the harder, much more rewarding route. We took Labour back into power. Where Labour is in power, it is changing lives. But Conference, we all know that this country desperately needs a Labour government. A Labour government that after 12 years of Conservative failure and stagnation, after the economic chaos we've seen over the last few days, can give this country its future back. Conference, we come here year after year to set our vision for a better Britain. But there's a difference now, because now we, the Labour Party, are showing we are ready to govern again in every corner of the country, from the very bottom to the very top. I'm an inner-city kid that grew up on free school meals in Southampton. Now I'm leader of the council and parliamentary candidate for the area I was born and bred. Never in a million years did I imagine I would be here speaking to you all today, on this very grand stage, in a room full of incredible people, about to introduce our next Prime Minister. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for the last Labour government. That government gave me and my family opportunities to turn our aspirations into reality. Now, Conference, it's down to all of us to deliver the next Labour government, to turn the dreams of the next generation into reality. We have to fight every day for every vote between now and then and put Labour into power, because Labour in power matters. Everyone can see we've changed. We've stopped talking to ourselves and turned to face the people of this country. We've led the way on tackling the cost of living crisis and come up with the solutions the government has been forced to adopt. We've started listening to people, and we are being rewarded by people listening to us once again. So if you're watching this from home, angry with where the Conservatives have blindly led us, join us and get involved. If you're already involved but not active, get active. And if you're already active, get more active. Because this is our time. This will be our victory. Conference, finally, I want to say a few words about Keir. From day one, he knew what Labour had to do to win again. Now he's setting out what Britain needs to do to win again. He has turned our hope into belief. So let's give a big hand for the man who's going to finally put an end to this tired, worn-out Tory government, the man who's going to be the next Prime Minister of our country, the man I'm proud to call our leader, Keir Starmer.
Conference. Please welcome Keir Starmer, Leader of the Labour Party and our next Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Satvir. Thanks for everything you're doing for our party. And thank you, Conference. It's great to be here in Liverpool. After all the changes we've made, all the hard work that we've put in, finally we're seeing the results. Yes, Conference, we can say it at last. Arsenal are top of the league. But before I begin, I want to address something important. This is our first conference in Liverpool since 2018. That means it's our first conference since this city's call for justice for the 96 became justice for the 97. For too long, this city has been let down. So when Labour wins the next election, one of my first acts as Prime Minister will be to put the Hillsborough Law on the statute book. I know how much this matters, I've spent a lifetime helping those who've been failed by the system. I worked with Stephen Lawrence's family and Jane Clough's to get them justice. I promise you, we will get this city the justice it deserves. Conference, we've seen two sides of Britain in the last few weeks. On one side, a nation united by a profound purpose to pay its respects to a remarkable sovereign. And that queue, 5 miles at its peak, even in death, our Queen found a unique way to capture the British spirit. But Conference, the other side of Britain never went away. A Britain all at sea, where a cloud of anxiety hangs over working people. At moments of uncertainty like this, we must provide clear leadership. We must stand with working people, meet their ambitions for real change, walk towards a better future, and build a new Britain together. A Britain that is fairer, greener, more dynamic, and that isn't afraid to use the power of government to help working people succeed. Because we can't go on like this. What we've seen in the past few days has no precedent. The government has lost control of the British economy. And for what? They've crashed the pound. And for what? Higher interest rates, higher inflation, higher borrowing. And for what? Not for you, not for working people, for tax cuts for the richest 1% in our society. Don't forget, don't forgive. The only way to stop this is with a Labour government. And our problems don't end there. Raw sewage in our rivers and seas, backlogs everywhere, at our borders, in our courts, in our hospitals, crimes like burglary, totally unpunished, people told to drive themselves to hospital after a heart attack, and millions of families, pensioners, the poorest in our society, still facing the coldest winter of their lives. I said on Sunday that a fitting tribute to the late Queen would be to turn our collar up and face the storm. And we will. Because Britain never won its battles with wishful thinking. Our success comes, first and foremost, from the hard work, the graft, and the common sense of the British people. A common sense that teachers up and down the country drum into their pupils. Fail to prepare, and you prepare to fail. Conference, that's how the Tories have governed our country for 12 long years. That's why our economy has been more brittle than others in the face of crisis. They used to lecture us about fixing the roof when the sun was shining. But take a look around Britain. They haven't just failed to fix the roof. They've ripped out the foundations, smashed through the windows, and now they've blown the doors off for good measure. Conference. My government will be different. We will run towards the challenges of tomorrow. We will get us out of this endless cycle of crisis. And we will do it with a fresh start, a new set of priorities, and a new way of governing. But it won't be easy. And the first step must be to tackle the cost of living crisis. Now, the Prime Minister has finally accepted there's no alternative to Labour's plan to freeze energy prices. When she was arguing against handouts, Labour provided the clarity our nation needed. We said this winter, not a penny more on anyone's bills. But politics is about choices. And the choice, the political choice, is who pays. Working people or the oil and gas companies making huge profits from higher prices. The head of BP has said that this crisis is a cash machine for his company. But that's a cash machine fed by working people. So our choice, the only choice, the Labour choice, is to put those profits to work. This party is always on the side of working people in times of crisis. And conference, I know this will shock you, but the Tories aren't on the side of the NHS either. My mum worked in the NHS. My sister worked in the NHS. My wife still works in the NHS. The NHS runs through our family like a stick of rock. But I tell you what, I'm really worried about how many lives are at risk this winter. Talking to doctors in my local hospital, I said, the NHS is on its knees, isn't it? And they said, no, Keir, it's face down on the floor. And the pathetic response of the government last week left it there. The way to get it back to its feet is with a stronger NHS workforce. That is the main barrier to capacity right now, staff. So as Rachel announced yesterday, we will take on an extra 7,500 medical students every year. We will double the number of district nurses. 5,000 new health visitors, 10,000 extra nursing placements. And I'll ask you questions. Conference. I'll tell you this, if it's a choice between a tax cut for those earning hundreds of thousands of pounds or supporting our NHS, that's not a hard choice for us. Labour will always deliver for our NHS. But these are just the first steps on a much bigger journey. The next Labour government must restore our sense of collective hope. We should never be left cowering in a braced position. It's time for Britain to stand tall again, to believe in ourselves again, to chart a new course and to get our future back. Now, some of you have heard this before. I grew up in a Pebble Dash semi. Dad was a toolmaker. Mum was a nurse. Our first car was a Ford Cortina. It was the 1970s. So I remember what rising prices feel like. I remember when our phone was cut off because we couldn't pay the bill. How hard it was to make ends meet. It wasn't easy. But there's something else I remember about being working class in the 1970s. Hope. Not a grandiose, utopian dream kind of hope. A hope that was ordinary, basic, taken for granted. Because like all families, although we had our ups and downs, my parents never doubted for 1 second that things would get better. And you know what? They were right. They worked their socks off and gave me the gift of opportunity. And that gift drives me to make sure no one anywhere in this country is held back by their circumstances. That's not just words, it's the story of my life. And I don't think these values are special. The opportunity to get on is what everyone wants for their family. It's more than a British value. It's what we tell our children. Work hard and you can achieve anything. Work hard and you will get a fair chance in Britain. My parents didn't just believe this, it comforted them. But is it still true? I don't think so. After 12 long years, our spirit is ground down. When I talk to working people now, they tell me they work harder and harder just to stand still, that their graft can't provide their family with a sense of security, that they're worried their kids won't have a better life than them. There's worry like a contract where in return for hard work you get on, where your contribution is always respected, and which reaches through the generations to say Britain will always be better for your children. That's the deep cost of Tory failure. They keep talking about aspiration, but they don't understand how they've choked it off for working people. And it gets worse, because the other thing people say is politics can't do anything about it. They don't think real change is possible anymore. And who can blame them? Just look at what they've been through. They were told, we're all in this together, yet they paid for the mess made by bankers. They cried out for economic change in a referendum, but their calls went unanswered. They united to defeat a virus, only to see the government break all the rules that they respected. And now this, the biggest hit to their living standards in a century. And it turns out there is money for the top 1%. Now, I'm not going to stand here and pretend the awful conflict in Ukraine is not the immediate spark of the cost of living crisis. We will never allow Putin's threats and imperialism to succeed. We will stand alongside Ukraine's people, fighting on the front line of him. So let this entire conference say together, Slava Ukraini! The conference. I will never accept that the war is an excuse for how unprepared Britain was to tackle the fallout. The war didn't ban offshore wind. The war didn't scrap home insulation. The war didn't stall nuclear energy. The Tories did that. And in their budget last week, they sent out a new message. A message that echoes around the kitchens and workplaces of families right across the country and says, your struggles, your hopes, your ambitions don't matter to us. We are not here for you. You are not our people. We are here for those at the top, and the rest of you can shove off. And conference, make no mistake about it. In one bold move on Friday, the Tory party gave up on any claim it may have had to be a party of aspiration. So we need to get moving. That's the other thing my background gives me, impatience. If you're born without privilege, you don't have time for messing around. You don't walk around problems without fixing them. And you don't surrender to the instincts of organisations that won't face up to change. As a human rights lawyer, I took on governments who wanted to keep the barbaric practice of death by hanging. In Northern Ireland, I worked alongside others to make sure the police service worked for all communities. As Director of Public Prosecutions, I overhauled the handling of sexual violence cases to make them work better for victims. And this working class impatience is what drives me in this job too. Now, Conference, I knew in April 2020, when I became leader of this party, we had a big task before us. We had to change our party and prepare for power all in one go. Not change for change's sake. Change with a purpose. To make our party fit to serve our country. That's why we had to rip out anti-Semitism by its roots. That's why we had to show our support for NATO is non-negotiable. Show we want business to prosper. Shed unworkable policy. Country first, party second. And I didn't do this alone. Conference, we did it together. And it shows. We've taken councils in Scotland, in Wales, in every part of England, from Southampton to Stevenage, Wrexham to Wolverhampton. We've shown Labour can win again anywhere. We won in Wakefield with Simon, our first by-election gain for a decade, Simon. But people need more. They're crying out for change, looking for decisive leadership. They need to know we can be a reforming government with clear answers to the big challenges they face, that we can grow the economy and raise living standards for everyone, not just a privileged few. Tackle climate change by creating new jobs, new industries, new opportunities. Redesign our public services to unleash opportunity and provide security. Restore faith in politics as a force for good. Get Britain's hope, its confidence and its future back. So, Conference, imagining that we're looking back at the first term of the next Labour government. How is Britain different? I'll tell you. We've defeated the cost of living crisis and the clouds of anxiety have lifted. Services are there when you need them. Our economy is stable again. Business has the certainty to invest. The NHS is back in good health. And people are starting to raise their sights, believe in Britain again. Britain is fairer. People feel they can get on. There's more opportunity, more affordable housing, fairer taxes, higher wages, jobs more secure. Families can aspire again. Look at change. People look at us and follow our example. New jobs, industries, technologies benefit all parts of the country. We're proving net zero can be achieved, and the most precious gift to the next generation is within our grasp: a safer, more prosperous world to live in. And because we're fairer, because we are greener, we're also more dynamic. Our entrepreneurial spirit unleashed, new technology improving public services, cutting-edge science and world-class services driving economic growth. And working people are respected as the people who create the wealth that drives Britain forward. And there's one more thing. It's possible to govern with integrity. To unite rather than divide, to respect other points of view, to see that long-term plans trump short-term fixes, that decline is not inevitable. Yes, some people will say politicians are all the same, but not as many. In Grimsby a few months ago, I was really struck by a woman I met. She said something which was really simple. I don't just want to survive, I want to live. As I got back on the train, that phrase went round and round in my head. I don't just want to survive, I want to live. Conference, I want to look her in the eyes after 5 years of a Labour government, and I want to know that she and millions of people like her are not just surviving, they're thriving. That's the difference a Labour government will make. That's the Britain we're fighting for. Conference, let's be honest, missions don't achieve themselves. You need focus, determination, and the courage to make very difficult choices, particularly when managing the country's finances. Rachel Reeves and I have set out a framework for sound money. We're determined to reduce debt as a share of our economy. Every policy we announce will be fully costed. And we will set up an office for value for money to make sure public spending targets the national interest. And we should be clear about what that means. It means not being able to do things, good Labour things, as quickly as we might like. That's what responsible government looks like. Because if you lose control of the economy, if you act irresponsibly, as the Tories have done in spectacular fashion, then you lose the ability to do anything. And working people pay the price. We will not let that happen. We will only borrow to invest when it's in the long-term national interest, when the cost of not investing makes it much more expensive for the next generation. Conference, the Labour Party is at its best when we glimpse the future and lead our country towards it. In 1945, out of the rubble of the Second World War, we built a land fit for heroes. In 1964, we harnessed the white heat of technology to pay our way in a modern economy. And in 1997, we modernised a country held back by crumbling public services and outdated institutions. It's time. It's time to write a new chapter of Labour Party history about how we built a fairer, greener, more dynamic Britain by tackling the climate emergency head-on and used it to create the jobs, the industries and the opportunities of the future. I come at this not just as leader of the Labour Party, but also as a father. As a father, I'm spurred on by the voices of our children, the cry of indignation, demanding our generation act before it's too late. As Labour leader, I see it as a matter of justice and opportunity, about the fairness and better society that I came into politics to create, the biggest opportunity we've had in decades to make this country work for working people. Across the world, countries are already gearing up to meet this challenge. We cannot afford to miss out. Because some nation is going to lead the world in offshore wind. Why not this one? Some nation will win the race for electric vehicles. Why not us? Some nation will be the first to harness new hydrogen power. Why not Britain? Conference. That's why today I'm so proud to launch our Green Prosperity Plan, a plan that will turn the UK into a green growth superpower. And driving the plan forward is a goal that will put us ahead of any major economy in the world. 100% clean power by 2030. A huge national effort. A huge national effort. An effort that will double Britain's onshore wind capacity, treble solar power, quadruple offshore wind, invest in tidal, hydrogen, nuclear, back carbon capture, commit to green steel production, new renewable ports, new gigafactories, and insulate 19 million homes. And working with Ed Miliband and his team, we'll make sure this energy revolution powers up all parts of the country. Let's get clean hydrogen energy into South Yorkshire, into the east of England, across the river in the Wirral. Offshore wind in Scotland, Teesside, eastern North Yorkshire. Solar power growing in rural communities in the southeast, the southwest and the Midlands. This will require a different way of working, the biggest partnership between government, business and communities this country has ever seen. It will mean new jobs, more than 1 million new jobs. Training for plumbers, electricians, engineers, software designers, technicians and builders. It will all start within the first 100 days of a new Labour government. And what will it mean for working people? Cheaper bills and higher living standards. Take home insulation. I saw this for myself on Abbey Road. Not that one. This one's on a council estate in Kirklees, where the Labour Council had the good Yorkshire foresight to do a real job on insulation. I went in January. It was freezing cold. I was invited in, the house was warm, the energy bills next to nothing, and the tenants were grinning from ear to ear. And why not? Over £1,000 off your winter fuel bill. What's not to like? Clean energy is already cheaper than fossil fuels, 9 times cheaper. We just need more of it. This is about fair growth, powered by clean British energy, everywhere in the country. That's what levelling up really looks like. Practical Labour solution, not empty Tory slogans. And conference. As Rachel announced yesterday, a new British sovereign wealth fund will drive us forward on this mission. We will make sure that the public money we spend building up British industry spurs on private investment, stimulates growth in construction, life sciences, finance and insurance, and the British people enjoy the returns. We won't make the mistake the Tories made with North Sea oil and gas back in the 1980s, when they frittered away the wealth from our national resources. Just look at what's happening at the moment. The largest onshore wind farm in Wales. Who owns it? Sweden. Energy bills in Swansea are paying for schools and hospitals in Stockholm. The Chinese Communist Party has a stake in our nuclear industry. And 5 million people in Britain pay their bills to an energy company owned by France. So we will set up Great British Energy within the first year of a Labour government. A new company. A new company. Conference, a new company that takes advantage of the opportunities in clean British power. And because it is right for jobs, because it is right for growth, because it is right for energy independence from tyrants like Putin, then yes, conference, Great British Energy will be publicly owned. Conference, none of this will be easy. It's not like flicking a switch. It will mean tough battles on issues like planning and regulation. But when the Tories naysay and carp, remember this. The road to net zero is no longer one of stern, austere self-denial. It's at the heart of modern 21st century aspiration. Technology has turned everything on its head. Green and growth don't just go together. They're inseparable. The future wealth of this country is in our air, in our seas, in our skies. Britain should harness that wealth and share it with all. British power to the British people. That's why I've always said we will fight the Tories on economic growth. Their record is appalling. The worst decade of growth in 2 centuries. Or, as the Chancellor puts it, a vicious cycle of stagnation. Now, I have to say, as a former prosecutor, it always warms my heart when somebody caught banged to rights pleads guilty at the first opportunity. And after 12 years, what's their big idea? Unlimited bonuses for bankers. Back the billionaires. Go easy on the oil and gas companies. It's a nonsense. Everyone earning less than £155,000 a year loses out with their plan. And they say they don't believe in redistribution, but they do, from the poor to the rich. And then they're loading up the country with debt to pay for it. And what about those in the middle? They're losing £780. And conference, I'm sure you've all heard that tape, where Liz Truss says Britain's working people lack skill and application. That the problem with our economy is they don't graft hard enough. Working people don't graft hard enough. No, we're not going to take this. This is the fight. If they want to fight us on redistribution, if they want to fight us on workers' rights, if they want to tell us working people don't come first, we'll take them on and we will win. And we will win not just because we have fairness on our side, but because we have economic reason on our side too. Trickle-down economics doesn't work. Britain won't be better off just because we make the rich richer. The real problem is we create too many jobs that are low-paid and insecure. We lock too many communities out of the wealth we create. And public services aren't strong enough to help working people succeed. That's why we struggle to grow. Our economic foundations are weak. And the Tory argument is, that's fine. If the City of London races ahead and the rest of the country stagnates, they think that's okay. Conference, they're the ones not prepared to graft. They're the ones not prepared to do the hard yards on growth. But we will. We will end the blight of low pay and insecure work with our New Deal for working people. We will transform the state, so the decisions which drive growth in communities are made by local people with skin in the game. The people of Liverpool know what's best for Liverpool, and the same is true in Burnley, Sunderland, Peterborough and Plymouth. If we want fair growth everywhere, communities need a stake. And they need good, affordable housing for working people as well. I've seen home ownership rise almost my entire life. It's the bedrock of security and aspiration. That Pebble Dash semi meant everything to my family. But now, under the Tories, the dream of owning your own home is slipping away for too many. And that's a political choice. Because if you keep inflating demand without increasing supply, house prices will only rise and homes become less affordable for working people. So we will set a new target, 70% home ownership, and we will meet it with a new set of political choices, a Labour set of political choices. No more buy-to-let landlords or second homeowners getting in first. We will back working people's aspirations. Help first-time buyers onto the ladder with a new mortgage guarantee scheme. Reform planning so speculators can't stop communities getting shovels in the ground. My message is this. If you're grafting every hour to buy your own home, Labour is on your side. Labour is the party of home ownership in Britain today. And let me say something about business too. Don't be fooled into thinking that they buy into the Tory trickle-down fantasy. Business leaders aren't knocking on my door saying they want to rip up employee rights. They don't tell me that the problems they face will be solved by corporation tax cuts. They want fair taxes, high skills, and the long-term confidence to invest. I want to be crystal clear about this. I'm not just pro-business. I want to partner with business. So we will scrap business rates, level the playing field for startups and the high street, give employers new flexibility to invest in world-class training they need. And as Johnny Reynolds said, invite them to drive forward our modern industrial strategy, a true partnership between government, businesses and trade unions. This isn't about the size of government. It's about what government can do. Government can support businesses to innovate and grow, can bring in the creative genius of our scientists and universities, can unite us to tackle the country's challenges on behalf of working people. Tory ideology is a barrier to growth. And I'll tell you another one. The mess they've made of our public services. Strong public services are the foundation of a successful economy, always. Deal with NHS waiting lists and growth improves. Invest in childcare so parents can go back to work and growth improves. More mental health support, world-class schooling, skills training when you need it, and growth improves. But we have to be honest. I would love to stand here and say Labour will fix everything. But the damage they've done to our finances and our public services means this time the rescue will be harder than ever. It will take investment. Of course it will. But it will also take reform. One, we need to recruit, train and motivate the very best doctors, nurses, teachers, police officers. Two, we need to get the best innovation in their hands. Make technology work for us. Three, we need to make sure services are built around people's lives, empower them to meet the challenges of the future. And four, and above all, we must shift towards a prevention-first policy. Now, I've seen this for myself. Early intervention saves lives and saves money. Every time I read a serious case review as Director of Public Prosecutions, the story was the same, just a change of name. Another life that could have gone in a different direction if someone had stepped in earlier. It's that kind of injustice that must drive us to think differently about our public services. In health, it's about moving treatment towards communities, exploring how technology can free up NHS workers to focus on care. In education, it means not just imparting knowledge, but developing the creativity, the resilience, the curiosity young people need in a modern world. In crime, it means a model of policing that can focus on prevention and give victims faith in a system that will not let violence go unpunished. At conference, the state of our public service shows you they fundamentally don't believe government can help working people succeed. Every time they choose a new Prime Minister, and there's been plenty of them, you get a hymn of lip service to its power, usually from the steps of Downing Street itself. But as soon as the black door swings shut behind them, they retreat to their comfort zone. That's why they don't plan for the future. They don't believe it's their job. And so we lurch from crisis to crisis, always reacting, always behind the curve, a sticking plaster, never a cure. And if you want the totemic symbol of this, the single biggest failure to grasp the nettle, then look no further than Brexit. Conference, the policy of my Labour government will always be to make Brexit work. It's no secret I voted Remain, as the Prime Minister did. But what I heard around the country was people who thought we'd got our priorities wrong, who wanted democratic control over their lives, but who also wanted opportunities for the next generation, communities they felt proud of, public services they could rely on. I didn't hear that Brexit was about slashing workers' rights. I didn't hear people wanting to lower standards on food, animal welfare and the environment. I didn't hear them wanting to end redistribution. So I want to speak directly to the people who left Labour on this issue. Whether you voted Leave or Remain, you've been let down. And with Liz Truss, the Tories are changing the meaning of Brexit before your eyes. If you voted for a government to step in on your side, for better work, higher wages, more opportunities in your community, for an NHS that is modern and reliable, if you voted to take control of your life and for the next generation to have control of theirs, then I say to you, that is what I will deliver. I will make work pay for people who create this country's wealth. I will make sure we buy, make and sell more in Britain. I will revitalise public services and control immigration using a points-based system. I will spread power and opportunity to all our communities. And I will never be shy to use the power of government to help working people succeed. Labour will make Brexit work. Labour will deliver change. And you'll never get that from the Tories. And conference, you won't get it from the SNP either. Conference. The challenges we face, the cost of living crisis, climate change, standing up to Putin, are common across our four nations. We saw off the threat of fascism and deadly disease together. We built the NHS and the welfare state together. But I don't believe in our union just because of our history. I believe in it because of our future. I know we can meet the great challenges to come, build new beacons of fairness that light up the islands we share. Scotland needs a Labour government that can deliver change. But it also needs the power and resources to shape its own future, whoever is in power in Westminster. and the SNP are not interested in this. For them, Scotland's success in the UK is met with gritted teeth, seen as a roadblock to independence, and so they stand in the way. We can't work with them. We won't work with them. No deal under any circumstances. A fairer, greener, more dynamic Scotland in a fairer, greener, more dynamic Labour Britain. Conference on climate change, growth, aspiration, levelling up, Brexit, economic responsibility. We are the party of the centre ground. Once again, the political wing of the British people. And we can achieve great things. Yesterday, we even managed to get a Liverpool crowd cheering Gavin Neville. But let's not kid ourselves. The next 2 years will be tough. The Tories want a 5th term and they will stop at nothing to achieve it. And because of their record, because of the state of Britain, they're getting desperate. With so little that's good to defend, they will lash out. We need to be prepared, disciplined, focused. Spend every day working to earn the trust of the British people. Meet their attacks with hope. Provide the leadership this country so desperately needs. Because as in 1945, 1964, 1997, this is a Labour moment. So, conference. Say it loud and believe it. Britain will deal with the cost of living crisis. Britain will get its future back. A country where aspiration is rewarded, where working people succeed, a force for good in the world, a clean energy superpower, a fairer, greener, more dynamic nation. This is my commitment to you, the national mission of the next Labour government. And together with the British people, we will do it. Thank you, conference.
Lay awake till morning.